Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Wednesday, February the 4th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. So in the main room anyway, you guys can hear me, see my screen. If somebody in YouTube can do the same for me, just let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. That'd be great. So thank you, Pepe. Excellent. Okay, guys, slab is a buyout. Okay, so that's why I'm going to disregard this. Big buyout too. SLAB, Silicon Laboratories, they're being bought out by Texas Instruments, I think. I think it was that. Anyway, that is a buyout. The solars, guys, look at TAN, look at the solar ETF. Big move, up 4%. Not hardly any volume, I get it, but the solars are moving, sparked by ENPH. ENPH is an earnings play. Big, look at that move. 125 million in the float, up 26%. This is an earnings play, ENPH, and it's dragging some of the other solars up. I noticed SE. In fact, I thought maybe, SEDG. I thought maybe they had earnings, but no, they're just being dragged up by ENPH. So the solars are alive today, guys. William, NVO. I happened to see it this morning, under 50. I know you were looking at maybe buying this. I don't know if your premise. What did it close at? It closed right at 50. So this was yesterday. This was on that buyout. CIGL. Yeah. So China company, huge volume, low float, entering into a merger agreement with this other company in China. Took too long to get there. Okay. HIMS, guys, HIMS. I'm just hearing it now. Okay. I'm just hearing it. HIMS launches multi-cancer early detection testing. So they're trying to, all the excitement earlier for these guys was because of the obesity drug and their deal. I think was it with Lilly or Pfizer, one of the big guys. No, I think it was Novo. Anyway, and then it was discontinued, got hammered down. AMD, boy, AMD is getting rocked down 10% now. AMD was just looking at these two, AMDG. These are the two long ETFs, AMDG and AMDL. I can't see a short version of it that you could buy. But anyway, AMD just getting rocked here. Earnings play. Thank you, Obi. Okay, BOXL. Let me see if there's any news on this one. I don't see any news on it. A lot of volume though. Look at the volume, and it's all about the float. Less than 1 million in the float. 56 mil. I don't see any news on it. Just looking at my headline news. I mean, I'm sure there's something somewhere, but I don't see any news on it. You know what? That's not true. I did see some news, but I can't see it now because I remember reading about what they did, what they do. Anyway, BOXL. So this crazy one, ELPW, which 2 days ago got up to $15, completely collapsed the next day underneath $1. So it's over $1 now. Another low floater, 3 million in the float, another China company. Unity continues its move down. Yeah, Unity Software continues its move down. I guess as William, I think, told me yesterday, or others said that Amazon is this is a gaming software. I guess Amazon is going to try to cut into their business, or they figure that their business is going to be harmed by Amazon's entry. So this has just been, I mean, guys, this was a $44 stock last week, $24 now. This one, I know Obi mentioned this one yesterday. This was LIMN, started out yesterday as a 63-cent stock, closed up here, basically doubled. And even but the day before, this was a, 50-cent stock. So it's above the high of yesterday, LIMN, but I don't know if there's any news on it. Low float, but not, not under a million. Apps, cheap one. This is an earnings play, APPS, Digital Turbine. This is an earnings play, APPS. A bad move, 100 million in the float. That's a big move, 18% with 100 million in the float. That's why, you take a look at this one. I mean, the next high looking left is 622, maybe a little close because it's going to have to get through 5 or 6, and then you've got 622. So it might be a little too close. Boy, wiping out all this now. App getting hammered. Oh, I do see it's down 13%. App 11, McLovin, App 11, after declining 4% in the previous. So it was down 10% now, was down 4.4 yesterday. Yeah, I do have Uber on my list. It didn't move much, but I know people will be following it. But yeah, Uber is an earnings play. What it's doing right now. It's off my list now. That's because, oh, I know why. Because it's now down 1%. Has to be up or down at least 2%, I believe, for it to show on the list. Yeah, $80. Well, first of all, it got all the way down to 69. Now I don't know how much volume that was, and then popping up to 80 and then back down. Yeah, all over the place. All over the place. So Uber's initial sell-off was overdone. New CFO bodes well. That's what. So that, I guess that's what they're saying right here. Initial sell-off. CFO left. New one coming in. Uber, NVIDIA teaming up to collect autonomous vehicle data, partnering with NVIDIA to build what the CEO calls a real-world data collection factory to help drive the adoption of autonomous vehicles. So that is not more. That's more news about. That's what I thought, William. App would be tied to the sell-off. So I was kind of thinking. I don't know if they make software or gaming software, but it looks similar. Took a look at Lyft to see if it was being affected by this. Not really. No movement in Lyft right now. Not very much volume. Meanwhile, yeah, I'm looking at Bitcoin underneath 75,000 right now, down 1,400. Feed is still alive. I mean, this feed has been an active stock for the last week and a half or so, 5 days or so. Very active stock. 2 days ago, 3 days ago, it got up to 612, so it's still very active. Wondering if ANPH is a short at the open. Well, I mean, it's strong, obviously, right now. It's really put a charge into the solar stocks today, ENPH. And Sono, I don't know if Sono's an earnings play. Yeah, Sono's an earnings play. I looked at it, but not much volume yet. I'm sure the volume will pick up, but Sono is an earnings play. So there's not any startling one this morning. Startling meaning normally with this pre-market actives up, normally we see stocks that are some of them, up 100%, 150%. So the top one, I mean, this slab is a buyout, basically a buyout by Texas Instruments. So the only one here, I mean, this is this crazy little ELPW from China. 8 is an earnings play. EGHT, this is also an earnings play, a very cheap one. Oops, just disappeared off the list. Oh, here it is. EGHT, earnings play that's starting to fade somewhat. A lot of shares available. Interesting at Interactive Brokers, 1.6 million to short. On BMNR, just getting, well, along with all the other crypto stocks, just getting kicked. And this is no lie. I mean, 160. So how many months ago? One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, say 7 months ago, 7 or 8 months ago, $160 stock, $22 now. Interesting SKM. Those are enterprise stocks, right? Yeah, I see my headline and what I put in. What else is happening? Enterprise stocks sink amid threat of new AI tools. All right, guys. Well, I don't, there's just nothing that I see that is going to be something that's going to rip at the open, possibly rip at the open. MGM is moving here. I don't know why. Up 11%. Let's see. Resorts up after bet MGM forecast higher FY26 profit. So that is MGM moving here. Not an earnings play. It has earnings, according to us anyway, on February 11th. Well, the ENPH is starting to fade a little bit here. Market basically flat right now. At least the SPY is. SPY is basically, excuse me, flat. Ah, gold and silver. Yeah, silver had a silver. Ooh, so it's maintained. So it's also having another great day so far. 7.5%. Had a great day yesterday. Finally, like that was a bottom. Gold. I think I read that gold had its biggest one-day move in 10 years, percentage wise. So again, it's not up as much as silver right now. So the silver plays, assuming silver continues. So let's take a look at HYMC. Over 50? No. Okay, so might want to keep an eye on some of the silver plays like HYMC, PAAS, AG, SVM. But as always, if you're going to take a silver play that has no news on its own, basically just tracking the sector, I would have SLV on a chart somewhere so you can track to see what's happening. All right, I want to check some of the sectors, what they're doing with respect to the two. So energy is still strong. Energy did not have a bad day yesterday at all. XLE. Ah, I'm just looking up. I'm going to get the retail sector up. I see that Walmart entered the $1 trillion club, WMT. It's on my list actually. I forgot to put it down, but yeah, WMT, the second retailer to enter the $1 trillion club. Healthcare. Let's take a look at healthcare. XLV. Just looking to, well, utilities. I want to see what utilities are doing. Yeah, still hanging around the 200-day moving average. Tech was getting, yeah, had a bad day yesterday. Is that 200-day moving average? There it is. Yeah, rising 200-day moving average, guys. Tech is moving into it. Communications is it doing the same sort of thing? Sort of, but tech or communications last week with AT&T and I think Sprint and a few other ones just had Comcast. Great, great moves on earnings. Financials, that is an important one. Obviously, how close is it? It's hovering above it. XLB, yeah, very strong. The material is very strong. Just looking where these major sectors, wow, industrial is very strong. So the semis, got hit a little bit yesterday, but I mean, they're still compared to overall tech XLK, they're looking a lot stronger. So you were long a small amount of NVO, okay? That is William in the main room. Well, HIMS now, HIMS, the next high looking left. I mean, it's got some room. $30 or so is the next high looking left. It is above 27. Give me a moment. The high right there 2 days ago, high was 27.40. So actually, 27.40 is the next high looking left for HIMS. I think it has its own sector, Mac. I'm not sure. Ask Gemini. I'm pretty sure it has its own sector. I mean, it may fall broadly under one of the major sectors, but I think it probably has its own sector also. Gemini, what is the ETF for the defense industry? Well, there isn't just one. There's ITA. I don't know. I don't know. Let's see how much volume there is for ITA as an example. How much volume? XAR. Yeah, they don't look like there's a lot of volume in any of these. Just give me a moment, okay? U continues down, guys. Boy, that U continues down. So I didn't, there are some sectors, but there's not a lot of volume yet in any one of them that I can find. That is what we would call a defense ETF. What are you dissing Gemini, Mark or Mac? Or are you just saying you haven't used it before? HIMS making new highs now, guys. So it is above the high of a couple of days ago, I believe. Yeah, above the high of a couple of days ago. HIMS. Or it's right there. I mean, the high, I think it's 27.40. Yeah, 27.40. So it's right there. Tried to get up to 27.41. Shortable for me, 4.9 million shares available, Interactive Brokers. Oh, really? Oh, I love it. Okay, Mac. Well, I love it. It's helped me a lot doing just all sorts of different types of things. But to each his own, of course. Classical Minds, TAC, sorry, TGB. All right, guys, 9:24 almost crept up on me, so or snuck up on me. So give me a moment. I want to get my layout, my 9:30 layout up and running. All right, guys. So here are the top six from that previous list. What I had the top 15 from the pre-market actives up. I think we've talked about them all. Yeah. Again, the slab is a buyout by Texas Instruments. So nothing really to see there. There's a China play, ELPW. CIGL could not, CIGL will incorporate a wholly owned subsidiary in the British Virgin Islands, merger. China, actually, this is, excuse me, Singapore, not China. Moxel, I don't think we, I know there was some news, I just couldn't find it again. Moxel. And we had ENPH, which is a, yeah, big earnings play, which is really putting a jolt into the solar sector today. How's TAN doing? TAN is not, oops. Yeah, not a lot of volume yet. This is the ETF for the solar sector. Not a lot of volume yet. MobX, is that under a dollar? MOBX, I haven't seen that one, so probably under a dollar. Yep, under a dollar. This is an earnings play also, guys. KMT, it's an earnings play. Nice break on the daily. Not much volume yet. It'll pick up once the market opens, but 9:30 open. But yeah, not a lot of volume right now, but nice breakout on the daily chart for KMT. ASTI, low float solar stock. Let's see what it's doing. Yeah, not really being tugged along yet. So the SPY right now, as we speak, the SPY is challenging, or it's right at the VWAP. Put the line on my 5-minute chart. That is the VWAP. Uh, Less than a minute. Thank you, William. So yeah, less than a minute to the 9:30 open. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. If they don't trade in the first 15 minutes, that'll let things settle down a little bit. So for your, oh, I got the wrong one. I was looking at EMPH. How's your NVO doing? They're about the same price. All right, guys, we have about 10 seconds to the 9:30 open. We are open. All right, let me get rid of this. This race will be active. There's a silver, physical silver, TSLV, up 8%. The reason there's no data here, no stocks are meeting the filter requirements yet. Here's your first one, BEKE. See this one in the pre-market. Why did this one go up? But it's been kind of all over the place. Well, I haven't seen DGNX for a while, but it's over $1 now. Remember these days? Remember this month when it got up to $40 a few months ago, 4 months ago? Well, AMD certainly is an earnings play, and obviously not great. Well, I'll rephrase it. The reaction was not good to earnings. How's that? The reaction. Well, ENPH is still strong, guys. It's butting its head up against 50 right now. And here's SUUN. Is this okay? This is a solar play. This is a little solar play, a real cheap one. We tugged along by the solar market today. SUUN. They raised $13.7 million in an offering. This was yesterday. That's you, Grumpy, right? Disarray. That is you. I know you. You can't fool me. Wow, ENPH guys, right at 50 now. So right now, no, and I wouldn't be shorting this yet. MGM talked a little bit about this in the pre-market. MGM making a nice move here, but take a look at the monthly chart. The next high 39.14, and then after that 40. So could be some resistance right in this area for MGM. Yeah, eight, the earnings play, EGHT is moving. The same sort of thing. Look left on this monthly chart. Could be a lot of resistance, not that far away. 228, 239. I mean, if it breaks through all that, then it's got some room. But if you look at the monthly chart for EGHT, well, AMD is doing what we were hoping PayPal would do yesterday. See, now it's well, PayPal is still weak at earnings yesterday. Well, here is the okay. I mean, if, I don't even know if I can buy it at Interactive Brokers, but ELPW, the next high is 223. But I'm not sure I can even buy it at Interactive Brokers. Could be one of those. Look at ENPH. How's TAN doing right now? Sure, the volume has picked up a little bit. So this is the ETF for the solar industry, and I'm sure ENPH is a major component. Just ripping now, ENPH. So, so the double, reported better than expected Q4, which is nice, always nice. But this is the key one. Issued Q1 sales guidance above estimate. That's the key metric right there. The solar stock on the run, guys, Sunrun, RUN, another solar stock on just piggybacking. Now, these would be the ones I'd be looking at potential short because they're just piggybacking on ENPH. So they don't have specific news on their own. Run doesn't have earnings until the end of the month, February 26th. So these are the sort of ones that you might think, okay, sympathy play with ENPH. What a great run from yesterday, LIMN. What do they do? Clinical stage immuno-oncology company. I don't know if they had any specific news. They were facing a NASDAQ listing at the end of the last month. Hewlett Packard, this is moving also, guys. HPE moving. Well, 2266 is sort of the next area, next high. If it can get through 22, well, it's got some room then. The next high after that would be 2380 or so, 2383. I have this one still thumbnailed from yesterday. This RELX got hammered down yesterday. It is now at the low, I believe. The low was 29.53, so right at the low of yesterday. The volume, yeah, good volume, 483,000 already. It's a big float, 1.8 billion in the float. Big move yesterday based on that float. I think I forgot to mention this one, guys. This is an earnings play. I have it on my list. INTA is an earnings play. It's had a bit of a bounce, 21. Yeah, not a dollar bounce, but underneath the VWAP still. Okay, INTA is an earnings play. We saw this one yesterday in some scan all day. You can kind of see why it moving down all day, closed near the low of the day. So today is earnings. You know what? I'm wrong. I'm sorry. Hmm. I don't know why it's showing up in my earnings scan for today because this was, oh yeah, I'm sorry. It is post market yesterday. So, okay, so this is an earnings play for today. It was post market after hours. And that's what I consider an earnings play. Stock could release earnings after hours the day before. And of course, pre market today. Sedge, again, another one that just being tugged along. Here's Run and Sedge. Not AXTI, but it's Run and Sedge. Ari, I think Ari, isn't Ari? Yeah, Ari's another one, guys. Another solar play. ARRY. Lithium play, SGML. I don't know if there's any news on this one today. Highlights the issuance of an official Technical statement declaring the safety of its waste piles by Brazil's National Mining Agency. Okay, so I guess that's good news. So our AI has three earnings plays right off the bat here, guys. Three earnings plays that I'm looking at. I'm still kind of struggling to commit to anything long. Okay, POAS, another Singaporean stock, POAS. It started trading as POAS. I'm not sure if this is an IPO, but it might have been. But it's well, if it is, and it's an all-time high right now, POAS. Yeah, I didn't take this ELPW, but it is ripping. So the next high is this 231. And he left for ZW. Well, it's right here. It's right at the top of the biggest gainers from the start. So is it an earnings play? It is. It is an earnings play. So the volume is starting to pick up. It's 16 times normal, ZWS. And this is also a lifetime high. Yeah, lifetime high. Earnings play, lifetime high. But check out the spread 50.35, 51.76, making it a little bit difficult to commit. I'm sure the spread might tighten up later, but it's a big float. So the spread with that float is a little. I'm sure it'll tighten up later, but I shouldn't say that. I don't know if it's going to, but you can see the spread is not great right now. And then look what happened. Boom. So that's indicative of some of these wide spreads. The EJHT. I mean, it's interesting. It's an earnings play. 236 is the next high looking left on the monthly chart. If it can clear that, it's got some room to 255. So, see, for me, just not enough room for it to move before it starts hitting these highs. Doesn't mean when it hits these highs, if it does hit these highs, doesn't mean it's going to stall there. But that's just the way I look at things. I'd rather see something that has cleaner look well, see on the daily you can't see it. I look left on the weekly, you can see it all right here. A lot of action right around this area. So that kind of prevents me from taking the trade. I mean, it may just rip right through all that and not care, but I just have to kind of stick to my rules. Well, the ELPW is doing its thing today, guys. So I just saw that it was halted 936. And here's your potential open. So this blue window that I'm showing you, nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. So this is obviously going to be more than a 5-minute halt. It was halted at 936 plus 30 seconds. So if it's a 10-minute halt, which normally if it's not a 5, it'll be a 10-minute halt. It'll open at 946 plus 30 seconds. So if you're in this one, is looking good. 182 is the halt price, 205 potential open. Well, you can't trade it until it opens, Rob. You have to, if you're in it though, what I'd be doing and what I'd be doing is having my finger on the submit button because you don't know what's going to happen, but you can't trade it until it's opening, until it opens. So actually, this is going to be even a longer haul, guys. Whoa, maybe I'm wrong. Oh, just open, just open. So what did it open at? So if you got into this one, you're laughing. And now that just took out the high of a couple of days ago, the LPW. Now top, wow. I mean, it got up to what, 141. There's the 200-day moving average for top. So we got almost into that. I guess it got halted on the way down. Yeah, obviously it got halted on the way down. Well, ENPH guys now, that interface is now underneath 50, barely, 49.81. So it's just underneath 50. Well, this is not collapsed yet. ELPW is not collapsed yet. All right, what is the market doing to start? Okay, so we're having a mildly positive start, mildly positive. So I'm only looking at the SPY. So actually, the Dow's had a big move. Dow's had a pretty big move. Qs are still a little bit weak, and the SPY's up a little. So that's our that's after 12 minutes anyway. About 18 minutes. Yeah, this is not a bad one from our AI guys. Sono, which is an earnings play, has the volume picked up? The volume has picked up. SONO. So that high right there is 1732. I mean, what did it get to? Did it get past a little bit past that? Pulled back. That high right there is 1732. You can really clear that again. The next high is 1804. Uber sinking, guys, starting to sink a little bit more now. Uber, UBER, and it's underneath the VWAP. I think this is, yeah, Chipotle is an earnings play, actually. It just went positive. CMG is an earnings play, and it just went positive. Okay. It was negative to start the day, but it is recovering. CMG. Okay, INTA continues to move down, guys. INTA continues to move down on earnings. Wow. Where's the next low on the monthly? So approximately here, 2004, and what month was that? That was back in 2022, November of 2022. So over 4 years ago, not quite, no, 3.5 years ago, call it 3 years ago. Okay. Heart flow. So maybe coming into some support, guys. HTFL, maybe coming into some support. Not an earnings play. I don't know what the reason for this drop is, but maybe coming into some support. You can see the daily chart. Yesterday's low was 27.63, so it's almost there. The low the day before that was 27.45, so maybe coming into a support area. But if it does take that out, then the next low is wow, got some room underneath 25.87. If it takes that area out, let's put a price alert right in that area and see if it does take it out. You can see there's another daily low back here. Let me get this weekly chart looking a little bit better. I forgot to keep watching that RELX thumbnail on my other monitor, and it is now, yeah, it is now starting to fall, and it's below that. I should have put a price alert right there. It's below the low of yesterday now, RELX. All right, let's take a look at silver. I want to see if silver is holding its gains or not really. At this point, it was up about 8 or 9%. So then all of a sudden, so silver is not in a direct move up today, at least not right now. VWAP, you can see what it's doing at the VWAP. It got into the VWAP underneath it, pulled up into it, and then so it's hanging around the VWAP area. Okay, so ELPW had a bit of a pullback, and but look what happened. Well, it's hard to see in this cloud, but the VWAP is right there. So it got into the VWAP. Looks like the VWAP is trying to act as support for ELPW. Well, last time I looked at Sona, it was starting to rip a little higher. Not anymore. All right. Well, I can see right now that obviously Palantir must be down at about what 8.5% or so. This is a two-time long for Palantir, so it's down double I'll call that 17%. So Palantir, the stock must be down about 8.5%. Will this bounce? Boy, it looked so good yesterday at the beginning. It was an earnings play. Palantir, PLTR was an earnings play. William, are you still in? I probably not, right? NVO starting to move down. So, boy, if you think that Palantir PLTR is going to continue to move down, this is a way in which you can buy this. You'll get double the move, but it's pretty extended right now. You'll get double the move though. So remember what I'm saying is that if Palantir the stock moves up 1%, this is going to move down 2%. Just one moment, please. Hey guys, I'm now back again. No trades yet. No. Is the market open yet? Well, solars are hot. That's the hot sector today at PJ. ENPH had earnings, and it's lifted the entire sector. Well, you have to. Well, ENPH. If you take a look at ENPH, that's a earnings play today, solar play, and look at the move, 35%. You know, it's trying to hold the VWAP. But if you look at TAN, there's a bunch of yeah. You see the sector is up 4%. So there's a lot of other solar plays that are up, including is that ASTI? Yeah, ASTI. Just another earnings. No, it's not an earnings play, but Billy. Wow, Billy is taking it on the chin. Also, big float, 333 million in the float, down 6.6%. Now the market's doing its. Ah, wow, look at that. Market's doing its thing again, guys. Pretty hard to commit to going long anything for me, anyway. I'm just kind of looking for shorts. Wow. Now, I don't know if there are any numbers that came out at 10 o'clock. I did put something in the economic calendar. Let's see if there's anything that. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, there's a lot of these new things. Well, I call them new things. But at 10 o'clock, we had ISM services, PMI, business activity, services, employment. We had a bunch of these numbers. I don't know if that's what has affected the market. Yeah, but there's just no, I mean, these are, yeah, this is pretty, if you want to go long, I don't know what you're doing right now. Well, something hit the market at 10 o'clock. That is 10 o'clock right there. Anyway, speaking of which, it is now 10 o'clock. Well, I'm positive the market's going down. How's that? Unusual? Okay, guys, give me one moment. Okay, so I'm going to go over my homepage and the information you can find on my homepage, including the races, scans, etc., that I'm currently sharing. Todd, your box L looks is looking not bad. BOXL. I know you took that one. BOXL. All right. So clicking on my homepage link again at the very top. If you want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use. You will get 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. And that encompasses both of the plans we've got, the standard or premium service. Okay. All I ask, please use my code if you're going to take out a subscription at some time in the future. Helps to keep these rooms free. These rooms, as in I moderate a YouTube room. And then for those of you in YouTube, there is another room, the trading room. Way more action in this room. If you're sitting in YouTube right now and you want more interaction amongst other traders, you can come into this room. It's free also. And this room is actually open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you're interested in pre-market action and chatting about that, you can do so in this room. It's open at 6:45. Thank you, Obi, for opening it. I don't do it. I live in Vancouver, Canada, so a little early for me. So thank you, Obi, for opening this room at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Just one moment, please. And when I leave, I usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30. I'll always stay later if there are questions. And William in this room, the trading room, usually keeps the room open after I leave. Up to him. We're in earnings season, so seems like he wants to keep this room open till about 3:55, depending on what sort of earnings there are after hours, but that is completely up to him. Now, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Idea, before we do that, scroll down a little bit more. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. You'll get it before it's free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder first. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. It could be there. Okay. Now, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, first thing you must do, go down to the education, click on the education section in my on my homepage. And the first thing to do is this, getting started with Trade Ideas. Okay. 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the product, start off with that second video and go to the end. Should give you a good enough idea about whether it's something you'd like to try for at least a month. Okay. Monthly subscriptions are just month to month. You can cancel at any time. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. 15 free videos if you're new to trading. Okay. Last, if you're looking for some of the information that I'm currently sharing, you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section right here. So large cap gainers from the start of the race right here. This is a wide open race, more volatile. You can see some big percentage moves that you will not see here, like right there, 7.85%. Rarely will you see anything over 1% in this. Doesn't mean this is bad. It just means that, it's just less volatile. And this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down, and the Halts resumes is over here. I do have other scans that I'm currently sharing, and you can take a look at them if you want. I don't have them up and running. So this is a trading room. Both rooms are trading rooms, but also a support room. So you can ask me questions all day long. I'll do my best to answer them. If it's an accounting type question, I will not be able to help, but I can direct you to the people who can help you. Okay. Sedges more. Yes. Shoot, missed that one. SEDG, piggybacking on ENPH. All right, Mark is putting in a wee bounce here. Okay, a little bit of a bounce here. Another earnings play, guys, Azenta, AZTA. Another earnings play underneath the 200-day moving average. This is from our AI also. I can see the shorts from our AI most of them are doing pretty well. Highly skeptical about this bounce. I mean, there's the VWAP. Okay, well, you know what? Put a price alert at the VWAP. See if it gets there. Now, I had a price alert for HPE, Hewlett Packard. Now, I know some of you were having problems with the price alerts. This one seemed to trigger correctly. I'm just looking at the seemed to trigger correctly. All right, par. Now this has some room, okay? It does have some room. The spread is awful. Next high, I mean, I loved it. I mean, I got this alert, $25 is the next high. I mean, but the spread is not great. 22.93, 23.18 is not great. Well, Palantir continues to move down, guys. So let's call that 20%. So the stock itself, PLTR, is down about 10%. This is a long version of it that you would, if you thought Palantir was going to bounce, you can play this one. You get double the move, plenty of volume, 3 million shares. All right, let's take a look at NAVN. Just over the whole number. Next high is around 1150 or so. So there's a little bit of room for it to move. So this is sort of an interesting race. I'm going to go over this race anyway. But the reason I say this could be interesting is that, especially if the market, I mean, the market right now, well, maybe if it can take out the VWAP, but if the market continues down, this is sort of counter to the market because these are large cap stocks that are near the high of the day and are up for the day. Okay. Here's Cava as an example. So a lot of these can be counter to the market. So even Unity is having a bounce now. Unity is having a bounce. And I'm talking about you. All right. So look what the SPY did right at the VWAP. Okay. That if you can see my 5-minute chart, you can see the VWAP is that purple line moving down. And you can see the SPY, this bar got right into it. And as we speak, anyway, that is acting as resistance to move higher as we speak. Doesn't mean it's going to continue like that, but no. All right, guys, what I'm going to do right now, as I remember, 10:15, I'm going to go over the sector status channel, okay? And this could be an interesting idea for some of you as something that all you use trade ideas for. So I'm going to click on new from the toolbar and then dock to channel bar. These are all theme-based channels. I'm going to click on the show more and I'm going to go down to sector status. And what do we see? More than likely, you will see silver and gold at the top here, but they've faded quite a bit since their highs. So what you're seeing here, these are some of the sectors that we are following. Okay, I mentioned home builders, Barry, Barry with a Y, XHB. So this is the home builder ETF. So these are the sectors that we are following. Okay, 73% of them are above yesterday's close. So silver at the top, but remember, silver has faded quite a bit from the pre-market. So if you scroll down, what's the worst sector? NLR. Well, I can't catch a break. I mean, NLR, this is an ETF for the uranium and the nukes. Okay. So this is the worst sector right now in the ones that we're following. Not saying this is obviously there are more sectors out there, but these are the ones that we're following in this sector status. So while silver is good in terms of being the top sector of 5%, it has faded since the pre-market. So now what you can do is go into some of these individual sectors. We don't have all of them, but we have 11 of the sectors that are in this list right here. These are, I guess, we can consider them the 11 major sectors. So let's take a look at energy as an example. Okay, 85% of the stocks that make up XLE are up from yesterday's close. That's what that 85% in green means. Top sector in here is PSX, or top stock is PSX. And if you scroll down, for whatever reason, WMB, maybe it's an earnings play, I don't know. WMB is the worst stock in this sector. WMB. So that's a way in which you can identify the top performing stock in a sector and the worst performing stock in a sector. To me, some of the more interesting things would be look at counter. When I say counter, I mean you had 84% of the stocks are up in XLY, consumer discretionary. Top stock, wow, MGM, we talked about that a little bit. MGM up the most by a long shot. You can see the gambling stocks, Caesar, another one. But what's the worst one? eBay. Uh, who the heck uses eBay? It's not an earnings play today and end of the month, but eBay's the worst. See, I don't believe you. I don't believe anybody uses eBay. They're just saying that to poke me. All right. Well, you're a good son, Dwayne. Okay. So anyway, that's a way in which this might be the only thing that you use within trade ideas. Okay. It's just an interesting way to look at the top stocks in a sector, the weak stocks in a sector. What are the strong sectors? Okay. Yeah, I kind of kid. I mean, I'm always amazed. I mean, I used eBay in the day, but I'm always amazed when I see it come up. And in this particular case, way down there. I'm sorry, where was it? Consumer discretionary. So I mean, some of you might look at eBay and might think, okay, is it oversold now? Intraday. Maybe it's due for a bounce. Just a way to look at a different way of looking at how we present our data. And again, that is the sector status. Well, Todd, let's take a look at BOXL and let's look at it with respect to the wave. All right. Well, here's the spy now, guys. So maybe this will be my favorite day. A little recovery. No, it didn't. It wasn't like a big collapse. Okay, it wasn't down 6% or anything like that. But it's at the VWAP now because I am starting to see some bounces. Yeah, that's what I wanted to show you. Now, I will say this. I mean, the wave is, it's a great visual presentation, but it is for the really cheap ones, and also the low floats. This is the sort of action you can get. So while yes, the wave is still blue, but you had a lot of piercings. So a little harder, to maintain as opposed to something that hopefully I can demonstrate it some other stock that looks a lot more smooth without a lot of the bars piercing the bottom. Yeah, a lot of bounces now, guys. A lot of bounces. See, a lot of charts are going to look like this on the daily. A big down bar the day before, and we're starting to see some bounces now. Probably 90,000 on the bid, 200,000 on the ask. Okay. Yeah, my problem with eight is just this right here. You can kind of see. I mean, it's trying, but it's right in this area. That's why I didn't like. I didn't take it. Hey guys, I'm just kind of looking at some of these bounce plays. Okay, how about this one? WSC is just over the whole number. Okay, just over the whole number. What sort of room does it have? Ah, not enough for me. Again, when I say how much, like stock, when I'm looking for room, I'm looking left, and if I see another high, like a high on the daily chart that's fairly close to the current price, I don't want to take the trade because my feeling is that it could stall there. It doesn't have to stall there, but I'm trying to put more of the odds in my favor. Just having a real clear shot to being able to move higher without hitting the next high in the daily or the weekly or the monthly, which really that's why I don't trade that much. I'm very particular. A lot of bounce plays. Yeah, definitely ENPH is the start of the day. Now, I know somebody mentioned GME. I know it's getting closer to 25 again. Um, Again, this is all about this. Well, number one, Michael. See, I just don't see this ADT. If this is what Cohen was talking about, the big change. I mean, buying ADT is going to be the historical game changer. Oh man, I'm missing out on some of these bounces. Sorry, guy. VRNS, tremendous bounce. All right, how about MGNI? I want to see if it can take out 12. Okay, it got right to 12. And I'm going to see if I can take out 12 again. I mean, it's got a ton of room, obviously. The next high is 14. All right, I want to go over this race right here. This particular race, the biggest gainers from the start of the race. The concept of racing. Before I do that, if you click on my homepage link, so if you click on my homepage link and go down to the education section, click on the more info, and at the top here, let me expand this just a little bit here. At the top here, the user guide. And I just want to direct you to the TI stock racing, okay? TI stock race. That is a whole section on stock racing, how you can set up your own race, your own set of parameters, etc. I'm going to go over this race just to show you the concept of stock racing. But I just want to make sure that you understand you can go to the guide because a lot of the things I'm going to explain, you're probably going to forget. But there's your great reference right here in the guide. And a lot of bounces. Okay, so what does this mean? 6.1%. So I'm running 4-minute races, again, all customizable. You can run whatever time duration you want. This race is almost over. It's got 17 seconds. ELPW is at the top right here. Since the race started, it has moved 6%, 6.1%. Assuming it holds on to the position, it's going to win the race. And eventually, you're going to see what happens here. That is won 3 races. Now it just won the 4th race. Its 4th race. So that you see how it just changed to 4. So that's what the number beside the symbol means. So ELPW has won 4 races today, SUN, 2, etc. Eventually, there will be a top 10 list built for you automatically of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. This one and the large cap one has already had 10 winners. Okay. And why that's can be very good for people is that it gives you a watch list, to concentrate all day long. Just look at the ones that have won the most races over the course of the day and just concentrate on those stocks. And by concentrating, I mean, okay, let's look at BOXL. So, you may be a VWAP player and you can see what is happening right now with BOXL. There's the VWAP around $1.90. If it comes into the VWAP and maybe holds, obviously you need some trading experience, but if you're a VWAP player and it comes into the VWAP, holds, acts as support, maybe bounces off it. Okay, so when a stock has won a race, I would click on any symbol you see here just to see what's happening. Maybe you've got a moving average on your charts that you like. Maybe the stock is moving into it. Maybe it holds it, acts as support. Okay, So you don't, number one, you don't have to wait for a race to be over in order for you to click on a symbol. You see any symbol in here, I would click on it just to see what's happening. Here's Perigo, PRGO. Let's see what's happening. Nice little pop here. And but looking left, 1488, I wouldn't take this trade. I just wouldn't take the trade. You look left, and to me, there could be a lot of stalling right at $50. I'm sorry, $15. So, personally, I wouldn't take that trade. But maybe you look at this and go, I don't care. I like the way it looks, and so you don't have to wait for a race to be over for you to click on the symbol. You don't have to wait. What I would certainly do is click on anything that's leading a race. Here's the ELPW still leading a race again. But I would click on anything you see here and just see what's happening. Here's Go. What's happening with Go? Grocery outlet. Same sort of thing, though. Look at this. I mean, to me, it looks like there could be all sorts of resistance around $10. You don't know that until you click on it. Okay, so that's what these percentages mean. So why are these stocks in here though? Hmm. Yeah, Bobby, you can run the race in the pre-market and the post-market. Yes. Now let me explain. I'm going to show you a few things now. Okay, so first of all races start from a top list window. Okay, because the question you should be, not just you, Bobby, but anybody else, you should be asking the question, well, why are these stocks showing up here? What makes them special? Well, if I right click in the body of the race and open the top list, you can see this top list is full. I'm going to double left click on the change from the close of yesterday. So all races start from a top list window. If I right click on the top list, notice it says launch real-time stock race. So this is what I'm looking for in this particular top list. If the stock is between $1 and $50, the volume is at least 200,000 shares, and the stock is up at least 2% from yesterday's close, it's going to show up in this list. Now you can still use a top list in this fashion if you want. Show me the stocks that are up the most today. Up the most meaning from the close of yesterday. So ELPW is up 112%, L 61%, etc., all the way down this list. You can sort on any column header as long as if you have the column header. So here's the change from the open. I'm going to double left click, and so PHOE is up the most from its opening trade in this list of stocks. Okay, so how can the race be helpful? Well, I will say this, and most of the time you're gonna see like the ones that are up the most, probably you're gonna see them at the top here. But what if some stock down here, I looked at NAVN earlier. NAVN is up 5% right now from yesterday's close. But what if all of a sudden NAVN just started to move? It's up 5%, 8%, 10%, moving up this list of stocks. How would you know that? Well, that's what the race does. The race does not care whether a stock is up, up the most from yesterday's close or in this in the upper part of this list, doesn't care. All it cares about is since the race started, what stock is moving the most in this list of stocks since the race started. Okay? So that is the beauty of the race. Because a lot of people will say, well, I don't really want to see the stocks that are up the most necessarily because maybe they've already put in the big move. So how about something, that's maybe just starting to get going? Well, that's what the race can do for you. And if you follow this enough and get used to using the race, uh, eventually you'll start to see, wait a minute, I haven't seen this one before, a YSXT. Where is it? I don't know where it is. I don't really, but it's right there, sort of in the middle of the pack. Maybe it's starting to move. Click on it, see what's happening. Again, you don't have to wait for the race to be over. You don't have to wait for the stock to be at the top here. Click on it, see what's happening. It could be setting up for your style of trading. So hopefully this is starting to make sense because You can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters. You know, you may not like this. That's fine, but with your own set of parameters, maybe add some filters that you like into your top list window and run the race based on that. You can also run a race based on maybe a watch list that you like to follow, a symbol list. We call it symbol list, watch list. So maybe there's a basket of stocks that you like to follow every day, 20 or 30 stocks that you like to follow every single day. You can run a race on it. Or maybe it's stocks that you've seen in the pre-market that you want to follow all day. You make a list of those stocks and run a race on it. Maybe it's some evening work that you did. So tonight, when the market's closed, maybe you do some scanning, check to see the stocks that you know were interesting, and maybe you say, well, you know what, I want to follow those tomorrow. Create a symbol list, a watch list, and run a race on those. Very, you know, obviously very flexible. So the question was, will the races work in the pre-market? So I'm going to duplicate this. I don't want to overwrite it. Now, the other thing to remember, if you take either these two races or either one of them from my homepage, don't think you've done something wrong because they say, well, wait a minute, I'm not seeing all this, all, you know, the top 10. Your race, when you load your race, that's when it's going to start for you. So right now it's 10:38 Eastern time. I started running this race at 9:30. That's why this list has been built since 9:30. Your race will start building when you launch the race. So I'm going to hit the square here, and that'll stop the race. And then once the race stops, I can right click in the body and show the race setup. So the question is, can the race run in the pre-market? Yes, it can. So, well, first of all, minutes to run. So I've chosen 4 minutes. There's no magic about it. You can choose whatever you want. You know, the whole idea, of course, is once a race is over, you want another race to start immediately. So whatever frame you pick, that's fine. Whatever you like. Right there, it says auto start unload. So if you load trade ideas before the market opens, before 9:30, you know, it'll start working in the pre-market if you check auto start unload. But maybe, you know, you don't want to start, maybe you open trade ideas at 10 o'clock Eastern time. That's when it'll start if you click auto start unload. Notice what I've done. I'm saying auto start at time 9:30. That's just me. Okay. That's when I want the race to start. So the question earlier was, can the race run in the pre-market? Yes, it can. You just click on auto start and load, and then whenever you load trade ideas, assuming it's in the pre-market, your race will start to run. Okay? No, it's got nothing to do with float. Neither of the this one has something to do with the float. Okay, nothing. This one, I don't. You know, if you look at my top list, it's got nothing. I don't have any float minimum. The thing is, though, that usually a stock to move 3%, 10%, you'll see some big moves. Usually, the float is going to be pretty small. Okay, that's all. But in this race, so this race right here is a little bit different from this race because I've added the float information. And notice this. Well, it's pretty big. Sometimes I'll look at this list of stocks and there'll hardly be any, maybe very few in. But you know, it's not as big as this list. But sometimes I'll look at this and there'll only be 3 or 4 stocks. This is not a static list. In other words, stocks will come in and out of this list all day long. So why? What's the difference in this particular list of stocks? What I've done is I've added a couple of things here. The market cap has to be at least 500 million, and the float has to be at least 50 million. Okay, so that's a difference. That's why, and the stock also has to be near the high of the day. That's what that filter, that 95. So if that were at 100, the position in the day's range, if I put 100 in here, that means the stock would have to be literally at the high of the day. So at 95, that means it's very close. So they are two different races, just based on different look, and look how this is expanding now. You know, and that list over here will change also. You know, as because the stocks have to meet all the filter requirements. Boy, look at this list just expanding. So this list right here, this race right here, and this is, this is not normal. You see stocks that are up over 1% in this, just because of the market cap, the minimum float. Okay. So you can see there are some pretty big moves here, everything over 1%. Typically, you will not see stocks over 1% just because of the market cap and the minimum float. You generally don't get the big percentage moves. So these are pretty big moves in this race. Now, it's not like the market is ripping higher. I mean, the market is still basically flat. Well, when I say the market, I'm talking the spot. Okay. Qs are still down, but I guess there's a little more confidence in taking some longs right now for a lot of people. So, guys, remember this is a support room, also. Okay, both rooms are support rooms, so you can ask me questions all day long. I really like getting questions. The reason why is that it keeps me engaged. It's that simple. And I just missed a whole bunch of pops. Yeah, I mean, listen, I was influenced by the highs looking left for 8, didn't take it. Doesn't mean, you shouldn't. There's 8 now. Now the next high is, what is it? 254. Takes that out. The next high is 281. But, I looked left and I just didn't like all that I saw there, so I didn't take the trade. It's an AI. It is from our AI. Now, today is Wednesday. And normally between 12 and 1, well, I take a break between 12 and 1, okay? Normally on Wednesdays, it's the CEO of Trade Ideas who starts a YouTube stream. And he's been doing that for several months now on Wednesdays, but he is on a little skiing vacation. And in fact, nobody is going to take over the YouTube stream when I take my break today, okay? So if you're thinking that Dan is going to be starting a YouTube stream at noon, not today. Docs, DOX. You glad you got rid of Docs after hours? Let's see what Docs is. Caesar, I think, as CZR piggybacking on MGM. I mean, this is not a, I mean, the market is right now, look at the VWAP. I mean, it's just sort of bouncing up and down. It has not cleared the VWAP yet. So this is not what I call a big market bounce yet. So a lot of those bounces now, a lot of those bounces, especially one, well, I'm looking at DPRO as an example. I mean, DPRO is still down for the day. A lot of those bounces were bouncing during this little period, but if the market starts giving it up again, those bounces could be fades. Like you, especially a stock like you, which is really reacting to news, the Amazon news from a couple of days ago, a few days ago. Like a lot of stocks are down just because the market's down. I don't mean today, but the last few days. So they weren't down for any specific reason, but then you get the stocks that are down for very specific reasons. Yeah, the Qs are still SPY is basically flat, but the Qs are still down and the Dow is up. So there's definitely a disconnect between the value and the growth stocks. Wow, so many charts look just like this, big down days yesterday and a bit of a recovery today. This is actually an earnings. No, it isn't. Earnings play after hours tomorrow. So how's silver doing now? Did it start to bounce again or no, not really. I mean, remember now, silver was up almost 8% at one point in the pre-market. So, I mean, it's bouncing a little bit here, but it's still, in my opinion, it's still kind of weak. The trend, little pop here, but the trend is definitely kind of down, certainly from the highs in the pre-market. And gold, take a look at gold. Same sort of thing. Gold is actually flat. All right, why is AMC moving a bit? Look at PayPal, guys. Yeah, PayPal still in bounce mode. It was getting creamed earlier, and now in bounce mode. PYPL bounce mode. I mean, Palantir must be in bounce mode. You know what? Not really. Not really. Palantir is not bouncing with a lot of them. I mean, it's still down 10%. Yeah, look at that. I mean, it really is not bouncing. Remember, it was an earnings play yesterday, and it got up to $165. Closed down here at 157. All right, guys. What time is it now? 10:52. It's been a pretty fast morning. Hmm. Now, I do have shorts available for me for apps, APPS. This is an earnings play. Underneath the whole number now, over 5 million shares available, interactive brokers. What's looking left? See, I just sorry, guys. I mean, just can't do it. If you look at a daily chart for it, you can see there's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days that the low is at around 470. So that could act as support, even 6 days. So I just can't do it. If I look left and the next low was down here at $4, I'd probably be all over this. And look at Bitcoin. I got to put IBIT up. Wow. Look at this monthly chart for I use IBIT to sort of track Bitcoin. $71.41 in well, what is it? 4 months. Give me a moment, guys. Yeah, 8 is still looking good. I may have been a little more inclined to take this one if the market had been, ripping higher today. Not that this, is so affected by the market. It's such a cheap one, and it's an earnings play, but I just couldn't bring myself to do it. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'm just going to mute myself for a bit. Just give me a moment. Oh, well, I'll answer that question. Unfortunately, there's no way to do it, Ron. Your question is, how do you get an alert when you get a buy flag or a sell flag? How do you get like a real time alert? That's your question, right? Yeah, unfortunately, you cannot do it. Now, what you can do, I don't use TradeWave like that. I mean, if I happen to if I when I click on a symbol, and if it's something I wanna trade, I'm not saying this is one, but let's say decided I wanted to trade this one, and then I start to follow the wave. It's not a matter of am I seeing a buy flag or a sell flag if I want to short. If I happen to click on a symbol and I want to trade it, and there happens to be a buy flag, fine. But this is the only thing you can do. If you click on new from the toolbar, and then go to Market Explorer window, left click on it. This box is going to pop up called My Market Explorer Strategy. Now, if you right click in this box and you hover over Select Strategy, another box will pop up. Just move down to Trade Wave. Another box pops up. Then Trade Wave by 5 minutes. This is a scan based on a 5 minute. So you will get an alert if there is one every 5 minutes, and not necessarily will you get one every 5 minutes, but you can see right there 10:35, 10:40, 10:45, etc. Okay. Sometimes you will not get an alert every 5 minutes. The stocks have to meet the filter requirements. But the bottom line is this: is that now the problem? No, if you want to call it a problem, you cannot control this. You cannot create your own price range, anything like that. But you will get an alert. Let me go to NTES. Oh, this is a 50. That's why it didn't show up. So you see the little buy flag there? Okay. You will get an alert. I don't know why the buy flag is not showing up. There's the buy flag for WLAC. So you can see you can use this. You cannot get a sound notification. So you basically have to be staring at this. Okay. And at the beginning of the day, you're going to get a lot of alerts, usually right at 9:30. You had 9:30, lots of them, but it does calm down. So that's something you can do. You can incorporate this as part of your layout if you want. You will get alerts in the pre-market also. See what happened in the pre-market today. 405, 530, 650. Okay, these are all times Eastern. Okay, so you can get alerts in the pre-market also, but you can't control it. In other words, now you don't usually have to worry about the volume. Usually the volume is sufficient. Okay, don't look at this volume. This is the volume on the bar itself. But normally this is the total volume of the day. So you don't usually have to worry about like something that's not trading very much. So this is an idea for entries. Here's your little buy flag now for BSX. It's an idea, as you stated. It doesn't necessarily mean you just pile into the trade. Okay. Well, this one has been a nice one that I did not take. POAS. Now, is it? It's an all-time high. I guess this was an IPO 3 months ago. Okay. POAS ripping here. However, I did see this earlier. I didn't like. I mean, the spread is terrible. 601. Well, it's tightened a bit, but it was 601, 622, and it's a Singapore stock. Give me a moment, guys. Give me a moment, guys. Okay. Okay, sorry. Yeah, yeah, it was November. Yeah, so it was an IPO. Okay, it was an IPO back in November. So do you know what a block trade? I mean, if you want to know what a block trade is, Chief, I mean this. I don't have this anymore. I know this. These are the alerts, display alerts on the chart. I really didn't find a way to use them, but you're talking about the scroll that happens. You get different types of alerts. Block trade. So if you want to know what a block trade is, just do this. Okay. I mean, I could explain it, but if you take an alert window as an or even a top list window, but and click on configure, and then click on search, type in block. Okay. See where it says block trade, and then click on help. And that's what you can do with virtually any one of our alerts or filters. Okay. And when you click on help, you're going to get a big explanation. Okay. Of what a block trade is and how we're using it. Okay. And that goes for anybody. Okay. If you're interested in, RSI, do we have it? Number one. So if you click, you just type in RSI. This is what we have for RSI. And if you want more information on it, you just highlight there. There's a 60-minute RSI. You click on help. You're going to get a big explanation about what we're looking at. Okay. MACD. You want to see what we have for MACD? Here it is. You want to see what we have for Ichimoku? Guess what? We don't have it. Okay. I mean, I knew that, but so that's how you can, if you're wondering if we have something, all you have to do is probably pick an alert window and then click on the search and then start typing in to see if what we have on stochastics. What do we have on it? If we have anything. Yes, we do. Oops. Okay. Yes, we do. Now, I don't use these, but 5 minute stochastic closing above 20. And we have the 5, 15, and 60. But if you said, well, wait a minute, I want the 10, we don't have it. Okay. What the company decided when they started in 2003, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So that what they tried to do was create enough different real-time alerts and all those different filters that you see. Okay. So that for the majority of our customer, these are all the real-time alerts when you see these icons, and then these are all the filters that we've got. For the majority of our customers, they could find a way to combine them to give them the type of scan you're looking for. Do we have absolutely everything? No. But, that was the decision the company made, a long time ago, feeling that most people probably would not wanna have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So if you don't want these alerts showing up in the bottom of your screen, just uncheck the display alerts on chart. Okay, this is the three little dots here, three little dots. Here's how you can control what you see on your chart and display alerts on charts. If you don't want to see them, you just uncheck them. Yeah, look at the market now, guys. So yeah, I mean, there might have been a brief flurry of excitement getting through the VWAP, and now we're resuming its way down. Just give me a moment, guys. So Danny, in our YouTube room, how should we follow the buy and sell? Well, if you happen to see it, if you click on if you click on a symbol and you happen to see it, remember now, it's an idea. It doesn't mean you just pile into the trade. Okay. It has to still make sense for you from a trading aspect. Just because you get a buy signal, like if you'd seen this buy signal for American Airlines down here, what time was that? That was at 10:10, and you looked at that and said, okay, it is pulling back into the VWAP, and maybe it's getting a little bit above. I mean, if it's your style of trading, then and you happen to have seen the buy signal when you clicked on the alert, you could have said to yourself, yeah, okay, I like what I'm seeing. It's just maybe wait for a little more of a break over the VWAP as an example, and then yeah, maybe you take the trade based on that buy signal. But you still have to have some experience trading. Just because you see a buy flag or a sell flag doesn't mean you just pile into the trade immediately. So when you ask, should we follow the buy and sell signals when it pops up? I mean, no. I mean, it doesn't mean you just blindly take anything just because you see a buy flag or on the long side or short just because you see a sell. It's an idea. It's drawing your attention to, remember what it means. It means that, okay, is the trend changing and turning? That's all it means. Okay. I wish I could say, yeah, absolutely. Here's another one. Now, a lot of the stocks were popping, back here around 10:08. So here's Fig. If you had clicked on Fig earlier for whatever reason, and then you saw that buy flag there, and it's the same principle as the AAL, isn't it? I mean, it was right at the VWAP, that purple line. You could say, I wonder. Okay, let's see how well it holds the VWAP. And you could say, okay, I'll take the trade and put my stop just underneath the VWAP as an example. But that means you have to have some trading experience, because I would hate to say to you, yes, you see this buy flag, no matter what, you just take the trade. No, but you can see what's happened. The trend started to change. Orange, is a downtrend, and then the trend, excuse me, the trend started to change. Now, if you're talking about here, are you from that Market Explorer scan? Again, it's the same thing. Yeah, you're going to get an alert at the time of the buy, or at the time of the buy flag. But again, it doesn't absolutely mean you just take the trade blindly. But that fig would have been awfully nice. This is the Adobe killer. I remember when it had this IPO back here. I mean, my goodness. I mean, how many months ago is that? So one, two, three, four, five, 6 months ago. The month before was his actual IPO, and then but 6 months ago, this got up to 144, $22 now, and basically straight down from that high that month. Oh yes, today it's having a bounce. Speaking of fig, it just made another new high. I mean, this had a lot of room too. I wish I've just been tugged in a few directions today, and there's been a lot happening. $23. I mean, that was beautiful. I mean, on the 22 break or even earlier. And again, it's not for me. It's not a matter. If I had seen, okay, I guess is really what I'm trying. How I use the wave. Had I seen this, had I been alerted on some scan for some reason to fig, and I'd seen it right here. Okay, now there's the buy flag back here. That's not necessarily influencing me. I might have said, you know what, I like it. It's coming out of a little consolidation over the VWAP, and then I stay in this trade until it turns orange. Now, right there on the 2 minute, you can see how the bar almost it got into the body of. I probably would have taken some off here, but I would not have got out my entire position. If I hadn't taken it off here, probably would have taken some off here as the bar pierced the bottom of the wave. That's how I'm using it. But I would not have taken out my entire position. Whereas before, I almost certainly I would have gone out the entire position had I been in fig earlier. But I like to ride the wave until we get a true transition back to orange. The ideal wave for me is a narrow wave where the bottom of the if I'm going long, where the bottom of the bar keeps in contact with the top of the wave, and it's kind of narrow. In other words, it's not going too parabolic. Parabolic is, yeah, I get it. Parabolic is great when you're in early, but the problem can be is that when it gets parabolic, you're going to get a lot of selling. People are going to get thinking, oh man, it's getting too overbought. It's a lot easier to keep in the trade. You see, this is not necessarily what I would consider great. The G, nice, but you have a sell flag and then you have a buy flag. So, is this truly the resumption of the trend up? No, Bobby, there isn't. You're talking about in here in the Market Explorer? It says 5 minutes? No. Unfortunately, nope. I think 5 minutes is pretty good though, because, I mean, 15 could be a little late. So I think that 5 minutes is a decent compromise, okay? Because if you look at a 15-minute chart, you'll probably see. Let me see another, something else like, yeah, I mean, it's all about where you're gonna put a stop. I mean, yeah, the wave looks wonderful on a 15. I mean, in fact, you might see stocks that never, ever deviate from the wave all day long. So, yeah, if you get in, but your stops are gonna be wider, which is not the worst thing. I get it. Not the worst thing in order to keep in the trade. Even on a 2 minute, that's not bad. I mean, there was a Pierce. If you had been in this trade earlier, following, no reason to get out anything until right there. That's when I would have taken some profit had I been in this trade earlier. Right there, you can see how the wave started to move down a bit. The other thing I tend to do, if I were in this one and I started to see this little downturn, I'll click on the 1 minute chart. A smaller time frame to see if it did turn orange, and you can see it did right there. So that to me would say, okay, you should take some profit, not necessarily get out of your entire position, but take some profit. Easier, of course, when you're in a lot earlier. If you got into the trade right there and it starts to do that, it's a little harder to maintain your some of your position, I guess. But if you're in down here, way easier to just say, okay, I'll take some off here. Look at the 15-minute wave on this. I mean, this is pretty good on a two also, though. So had you seen it up here, you said to yourself, okay, here's lunar. You know what? This looks starting to get weak. Here's a big bar down. Okay, I'll take the trade. And you put your stop maybe above the top of the wave. Remember, the wave is not it's not the be all and the end all. However, to me, it's a great mentally, it just helps me keep in trades longer. When I can see. I mean, if I didn't have the wave here, of course, I'd still see the same chart pattern, but again, it's just trying to tell me, this is still a weak trend, a weak trend. Oh, we've got a lot of position in ranges. Okay, 160. Again, like I said before, if you're wondering about position in range, the one you're talking about is the current day. But if you're wondering about, well, what other position in ranges do we have? So if you right click on an alert window, I just use an alert window because for sure you'll see it. If I click on search and then start typing in position, okay? So we have a lot of different positions. Position of the open, 5, 15. Here's the one you're talking about, position and range. That is the day's range. But we have position in previous day's range. So if you wanted to see stocks that were above yesterday's high, for instance, you could, and here's pre-market range. Here's your 5-day, 10-day, 20, 3 months, 6 months, 9-year, 2-year, and lifetime. Okay, so we have a lot of different position and ranges. Now, if you say, well, you know what, I want the last 15 days. Well, we don't have it. Okay. Okay. Well, it can be, Danny. It can be. I mean, it depends if, the VWAP is something that a lot of people will follow. The question is it a good idea to take the trade by using trade wave and the VWAP? Well, yeah, a lot of people look at the VWAP and, is it does it act as if the stock were above the VWAP and it comes into it, will that act as support? Or if you're short and then the stock starts moving into the VWAP, will that act as resistance on the way up? So I mean, it's these are all with some trading experience. Not everybody's looks at the VWAP the same way. You may have a moving average that you like on your chart, but the VWAP is certainly a very highly followed indicator. No, Bobby, you can't. Okay, again, the Market Explorer is not customizable at all. Okay, and when you say yet, it'll never be. Pepe is going to echo it. He's probably sitting there. Saying it'll never be, and I agree. This was developed by a gentleman called Michael Noss at Trade Ideas several years ago. He's not with Trade Ideas anymore, and he developed all these little all in the Market Explorer. Don't ask me what I have never used any one of them, but the Trade Wave certainly is pretty popular. But as you can see, this is it, 5 minute, and that's it. So you cannot adjust it now. If you don't like it, in other words, if you first of all, you don't see so many alerts. At the beginning of the day, you do, okay? But let's say this is what I would do. Here's the VRSK. You don't like the price range? Don't click on it, as an example, okay? Don't click on it. Um, FE. I mean, you don't like that price? Don't click on it. So when you say low priced, let's see if there's anything that's super low. I mean, here's one at $11.30. So, it's not just about getting a buy flag. There are other filters in place here, which I don't know what they are, but there are other filters in place here. There's going to have to be a minimum volume. But if you're asking to, adjust this, excuse me, low flow stocks with high volume, no, you can't do it. So, yeah, again, if you don't like the price range, then just don't click on it. So here's one. Okay, so this could be interesting, Danny, in your YouTube room. Here's a little buy flag there, a little over the VWAP. So this is possibility right here. So if you said to yourself, well, yeah, I wouldn't mind doing that. Problem is, as I see it, is there's the VWAP at 54.82. So if you thought that the VWAP was going to act as support, if it broke down through it, you'd want to be out of the trade, maybe. So, your stop, it's not terribly wide. It's a fairly expensive stock. So if you took this trade right here at 54.37 and you said, I'm going to put my stop at, 54.84, just underneath the VWAP. I mean, it's an idea. And who knows, maybe it will run from there. So just go to info@trade-ideas.com, Stu, okay? Okay, just typed in you can't click on it, but info@trade-ideas.com, and give them your email address so they can look up your account, maybe explain what you want to do, okay? I can't do it because I don't have access to people's accounts, but there are people in accounting there. So just make sure you give me your email address that you use to sign up for Trade Ideas so they can look up your account, okay? It may be a good idea to buy. I'm not saying yeah, MMYT could be a good idea. I'd have to see where the alert was. I mean, it was here, and usually it's at the close of the candle, so it would have been at 55.43. So it's still in the area. So it could be. It's an idea. That's why the program, of course, our program was called Trade Ideas. All right, guys, it's now 11:30, so in about half an hour, I will be taking a break. I may not go for the whole hour because nobody is taking over for me in our YouTube room, okay? Everybody's on vacation. So nobody is taking like normally would be the CEO of Trade Ideas, starting his own stream between 12 and 1, but he's off skiing with Steve, so we're short-staffed in that regard. So nobody will be doing a taking over for me in our YouTube room when I do take my break. Okay? Yeah, right. Different country, different country. I am, you know what I'm going to do? I haven't done this for a while. I'm going to get a VWAP. So there's a way, of course, which you can find stocks that are right near the VWAP. Okay, using our top list, showing stocks that are right near the VWAP. If you're into that style of trading, you can see right here. Here's par right at right, at the VWAP. Give me a moment, guys. I will be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. So if anybody's interested in seeing stocks that are near the VWAP, okay, and obviously you can make adjustments to this. Let me just type in VWAP. I have some. So biggest pullback winners to the VWAP, or just see stocks that are. This is over and under. So for instance, biggest pullback winners to the VWAP. That might be interesting. Let's take a look. Now, there's a big list here. Now, of course, you can. How big is this list? That's okay. So ADNT. So what does this mean? It means that this is a stock that is still a winning stock. In other words, it has to be up a certain amount, but is pulling into the VWAP. Okay, that's what that means. So here are the filters that I'm using. So the stock has to be up at least 3% from yesterday's close. Okay, so it has to be still, a relative. Now this is up obviously a way more than that, but you can kind of check to see what's happening. You can see, look, right at the VWAP, still up 5%. I'm not saying they're all going to be tradable, and you can, of course, adjust anything you want in terms of the price range you're looking at. On 160, just means that the stock has to be down in the last 30 minutes or flat. It's going to show you the change in 30 minutes. Okay. You were right. You were right. Sorry about that, Bobby. You're right. So this is an example of something. This is called biggest pullbacks winners to the VWAP. So these are stocks that are. I mentioned the ADNT. You can see this is still what we'll call a winning stock. It's up 12.5%, 12.8%, but it's pulling into the VWAP. Okay. So this could be something that you want to watch and see whether or not the VWAP holds it as support, bounces off it, or if it breaks through it, maybe it turns into a nice short. Okay. So this is something I can share. And of course, it's adjustable. I mean, if you don't like the price range or anything else about it, all I'm saying is it can't be anywhere more than 1% above the VWAP, or it could be right at the VWAP. And generally speaking, what I'm sorting on are the stocks that are down the most in the last 30 minutes. Change in the 30 minutes. That's what I'm sorting on. So again, stocks. No, so this looks a little bit above it, but it's within 1%, as an example. WEN is above. Now, you could just have a scan or a top list showing you stocks that are right near the VWAP without any sort of pullbacks. They don't have to be winning stocks or losing stocks. They could just be stocks sitting, within 1%, either above or below. Now, when I say 1%, I mean that's adjustable. If you want it to be even tighter, you just decrease the percentage. Yeah, I can share it. So give me a moment. What is the purple arrow in the 5-minute chart? The purple arrow in a 5-minute chart. You talking about this little R up here, Danny, as an example? Not sure you guys have this yet. Um, I think this is just a resistance next. It's just telling you where the next resistance is. Okay, if that's what you're talking about, but it doesn't matter. Are you talking about that purple arrow that has a little R in it? Some of them aren't going to have it, but is that what you mean? It's just showing you where the next resistance is. Well, resistance, probably the next high in a daily chart. That's all it's showing you. Because now I'm not seeing any. This is a support. S is a support. Next support at 2144. It's telling you. No, so you're not talking about these arrows. Okay, so what are you talking about then? You're not talking about these little. I thought you said the purple arrow. So I thought you meant these are purple arrows. So what are you talking about? What chart was it again then? I'll bring it up because I'm not seeing any purple arrows other than over here in the y-axis. Can I share it? Yes. Let me go from the cloud. So I have a bunch of them, okay? But if you're looking at biggest pullbacks to the winners, okay, that's that one. The biggest pullbacks to the winners near the, yeah, to the VWAP. Okay, here under the candles, under the candles, under the candles. I'm not sure what you're looking at. Maybe the blue color. If you're talking about these are just volume bars. Is that what you mean? These are just volume bars. Blue means the at the time that at the positive volume meaning it closed higher. Okay, and orange means it was lower. Selling volume versus buying volume is if that's what you, these are just volume bars. If that's what you're talking about, this I have blue and orange. I mean, and these colors are just they're adjustable. Okay, I mean you can. This is what I've chosen. Well, actually, it wasn't Ahmed. It was Dwayne. Oh no, it was Dwayne. It's Dwayne started it. Yeah. So again, guys, I'd love to. I'm not trying to be mean spirited or anything, but we have to keep this room English. Oh, now you're talking about the blue arrow here. Okay, so when you click on a symbol, I'm surprised it's underneath here, but let me click on another one. It has to be from an alert window. So I do have this other little scan over here. Okay, this is William scan. So if I click on a symbol, like right here, laser, hopefully I'll see it. If I click on at 9:58, we had. Well, let me do this one. Sedge at 10:04, it made a new high for the day. And what that blue arrow means, that's just indicating in this on the on a 2-minute chart, that's where the alert happened. On a 5-minute chart, that's where the alert happened. Okay. If I had a 15-minute chart, it would be pointing at the 15-minute bar. Okay. That's what it would do. So if I go back to KMT, $40, there was the alert. So you can kind of go back in time and see, well, what happened from that alert? That's what the blue arrow means. And it depends on the time frame you're looking at. Okay. It's just a nice, interesting presentation to see, well, what happened from that alert? What did it move in the direction that you wanted it to? So I'm going to load this one again. Keep an eye on this. I haven't really used that top list for quite a while. This one is a little bit different. It's not looking necessarily. Yeah, so this one is a little bit different. It doesn't care whether it's above or below the VWAP. I think, yeah, no more than 2% above or 2%. So this one will identify stocks that are sort of at the VWAP, either below, a little bit below, or a little bit above, as opposed to the other one that was strong stocks pulling back into it. So if you just want to see stocks, near the VWAP, either a little bit below or a little bit above, this is something you can also take a look at. Oh, it still has to be a strong stock, though. It has to be up at least 10% from yesterday's close. So it could be just underneath the VWAP or a little bit above the VWAP, but still a strong stock. I mean, there's all sorts of ways to look at it. Here's another one that I missed from William Scan. Too much going on. Well, Teddy, I mean, with the market, especially this sector, it was eventually it was bound to happen. I don't know how many times you tried to short. Talking to Teddy in our YouTube room, how many times you tried to short it? And this is Micron. All-time highs were up here, 455, 378. Whoa. So here's one. Here's LIMN trying, at the VWAP, trying to hold it, popping from the VWAP. Maybe, but how big a move? I mean, that's the problem. We don't know how big a move it's going to do. Well, as long as your stops were good on your unsuccessful times to short MU, now you can ride that MU down. How about SanDisk? Okay. Yeah. Well, so it's way outside the price range I look at, but and I mean, all these tech stocks, XLK, SMH, I mean, they're all sliding. So when you ask how about it, I'm not sure what you want me to say exactly, but this is way outside the price range I look at. Doesn't mean it's bad, but the next low looking left is 588. So if you're looking to short this, at least you have some room down to 588. It's been meander, little pop up, little pop down, way under the VWAP. Yeah, you're right. The Qs are getting crushed here. Look at that. I mean, there's a disconnect. The Dow is still up, reasonable amount. Look at the Qs now, down 12 points. So I would not want to be in any tech stock right now. I think it's just sort of, Teddy, I mean, is there any news? I think, selling begat selling. So when the selling started in the SPY a little while ago, and I mean, there's tension, geopolitical tensions. I mean, take your pick. But once there started to be a bit of a wave of selling, it's going to take a bunch for people to get confident again, in my opinion. I don't want to go long anything. I'm not saying these little ones here, they don't care so much. These low float, these ones that are, generally speaking, not that I have a filter that they're low float stocks, but generally speaking, these guys don't care that much about what the overall market's doing. Well, some are saying it's not so much. I mean, look at Palantir yesterday, okay? Palantir yesterday, by all accounts, had a nice earnings release. I think also I think they guided for it pretty nicely also. It's not just that they had a good quarter last quarter. I think they were guiding for it. Doesn't matter, you know. Somebody mentioned, last week or 2 weeks ago, I think it was you, either Unusual or somebody else, that this is sort of a sign that, or FinTan forever, it's a sign that even when these tech companies that are having, pretty decent earnings and maybe even guiding well, market doesn't care right now, which is not a great sign. Well, it's almost the reverse, Teddy. I mean, companies like to do financing when their stock price is moving higher, not when there's prices moving lower. Also, we're these big stocks. I mean, they're not going to run out of money. These big tech stocks are not going to run out of money. But well, Poe, I will. Yeah, okay. This was a big one yesterday, I think. Remember, this is one of the financials that, look at this, nice, nice. So, here we go. Here we go. Well, on the other hand, Teddy is in our YouTube room saying, "I don't like the many mysteries around the market. If everything was already priced in, we wouldn't be able to trade." You know what I mean? So it's trying to take advantage of maybe the mysteries about why certain things happen, or not so much why certain things happen, but taking advantage of, trying to figure out, well, is there, because if everything is priced in, then there's no trade. Certainly not in a day trade anyway. If everything is known, I guess is that's what I'm trying to say. Well, here's the FTV guys coming right into the VWAP. All right, guys, it's 11:54. So in about 5 minutes from now, I will take a break. I may not take a full hour because, again, nobody is taking over for me in our YouTube room. Dan is not here today, so he's not starting a YouTube stream. Yeah, I mean, LIMN, classic example, doesn't care what the market's doing. Surprised it doesn't care what the market's doing. Just a cheap stock, low float, trades on its own. Whoa, and did it ever. Look at that. I mean, this is amazing, isn't it? I mean, this was a 50-cent stock 2 days ago. Obi, what's the next one? You seem to be good finding these things, when they're underneath a dollar. No, I have no scans that Kitty in the YouTube room is asking me, do I change my scans based on the time? The only time I change my scan, I may have a pre-market scanner. It's just looking for the stocks up and down the most. And then I have my, what I call my 930 onward scanner. Well, layout. So I don't change anything once 9:30 happens. uh, Obi, Obi, Obi. Okay, so yeah, I mean, this is quite the move. All right, what did he say? Oh, that's right, Freddie and Fannie. Well, that's a good point, Tempo. Did anybody with Interactor Brokers? I'm just interested in that. Were you able to trade LIMN, or did they place a restriction? I mean, you can trade it. Okay. How about Monica? She's usually into these sort of ones. Anybody try to trade LIMN at Interactor Brokers? Okay. So at least I let you trade that one. Okay. Boy, I'm getting frustrated. I miss another one. I'm going to show William. VSAT was a nice bounce. Probably with the market a little bit, with the market a little bit. So you got to have, if you're going to, some of these that don't have any news, well, this is actually an earnings play, so they do have news on their own. But if you're going to play bounces, you want to have the market at least not moving down on you. It doesn't have to. I mean, obviously, a bounce will work better if the market is bouncing also. But all right, guys, 11:59. So I will take a break. So again, nobody's taking over for me in our room today. Probably, Obi. Well, but we've seen U.S. ones also. But you're right. We're talking about the restricted stocks. Not on the short side, just, not letting you buy them. Okay, give me a moment as I, put my announcement up. I'll say 1 o'clock, but I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be back earlier. Okay, so I'm muting myself now in both rooms, okay? All right, guys. Well, let me go over my homepage one last time today. And if you want those VWAPs top lists, I can give them to you if you're interested. Okay, so taking out a subscription, you can get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. The first month only, if you take it on monthly, and that's good for our standard and our premium services. All I ask, please use my code if at some point in time you're going to take out a subscription. Helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room, and for those of you in YouTube, the trading room. So this room actually is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Obi opens it up. So if you're looking for some interaction amongst other traders in the pre-market, this is the room to come into, the trading room. I get on the mic, both rooms at around 9. Now, I can't remember, William, you probably already have said, are you going to keep this room open till 3:55 today? I remember you probably already mentioned that. No, I did not take any lemon during the break. Okay, so William will keep this room open until 3:55. I'll be taking off sometime between 2 and 2:30 probably. So William will keep the room open until 3:55. So again, for those of you in YouTube, you can come into this room because I do have to shut YouTube down when I do leave. Education, taking out a subscription to Trade Ideas, mandatory. This is the first thing you do, getting started with Trade Ideas. 12 short videos. And if you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the product, start off with that second video and go to the last one. That should give you an idea about whether or not you want to try us for at least a month. You can always remember monthly subscriptions. They're just month to month. You can unsubscribe at any time. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. 15 videos for those of you who are new to trading, and they're all free. And before we look at my scans, if you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down and keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. It is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Last, if you're looking for some of the things that I'm sharing, some races, scans. So here are the two races that you can see. The large cap gainers is right here. Biggest gainers from the start of the race. It has no market cap here or a minimum float. So that's why these races can be a lot more active in terms of the percentage moves than this race over here. Doesn't mean this is bad, just means it's not as volatile. And I do have, let's see, the pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. Pulse resumes are over here. I do have other scans that I'm sharing. You can take a look at them. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem. I mean, I was, I wasn't kidding. The problem with a stock like this is when a stock like LIMN, it's up to 184, and then it comes all the way back down in a fairly short time period, back down to 124. That's a huge percentage move down. And then, yeah, it's great to be able to take advantage of it. Right over here, I agree. You had a little buy flag there, was holding the VWAP, and then you get it somewhere in here. Absolutely a fantastic move. But then you've got to be prepared for this. When it happened before, it can happen again. So, I mean, this looks kind of better to a certain extent. I mean, it's been choppy, but at least you haven't had the massive pullbacks. That's the POAS. Just haven't had the massive pullbacks. Well, other than here, but when was that? That was 1020. No action after hours last night. Okay. No action in terms of earnings releases, or just people not posting. Okay. All right, guys. Let's see. Looking over some of these. Okay, CARG coming up into the VWAP. What's it going to do, car gurus? What are you going to do? Yeah, the Dow is giving it up also, Paul. You're right. Last time I looked, the Dow was up, I don't know, 200 or 300 points. And now the Dow is giving it up also. It is now gone negative, and the Qs are just getting wrecked. Down 14 points. Oh, but you can just see, I mean, yes, we had that little pop earlier. It looked like maybe, but look at this. I mean, the trend's been down. Lower highs from what time was that? That was 9:40. Basically, lower highs all the way down. So sure, there've been little little pocket areas of pops, but nothing sustained. Oh, so you're in at 121. Okay. Well, listen, my friend, this is what I'm going to do just for you, nobody else. Let's put a price alert right here at 130. Let's get you up to 130 at least. There you go. Actually, I actually the alert was at 129. So yeah, I mean, let's put it in perspective. You're right, William. I mean, let's put it in perspective. Here's the On a monthly chart, the SPY, I mean, look at this. I mean, it's still, we're having an interesting month. But remember, at the beginning of the month, it was an all-time high. Beginning of the month, and we were only 4 days in. So it just seems worse than it is. you know, doesn't it? Just seems worse than it is. Here's a weekly chart. I mean, it's still up in the area. All right, so here's another one that's right at the VWAP, a strong stock. This is REYN, right at the VWAP. It's a little bit underneath. Will the VWAP hold? Will this act as support, or is this it? Is it going to fall down? The problem is, obviously, we don't know 100%. Like the GPK, I mean, I don't know. I mean, the GPK looks a lot like this one. Got underneath the VWAP, but the VWAP held strong stock, pulled back into the VWAP, and then moved a little, well, moved higher for sure. A 20-cent move so far. Yeah, listen, I mean, ELPW could be one of the late dayers. I mean, but to me, it's going to have to take out the VWAP, 176, not that far away. Uh, Today it got up to 246, and the high looking left a couple of days ago was 231. So yeah, I mean, if it takes out that high again, yeah, I mean, there's a possibility it could run into the close a bit. I mean, remember, it not nobody's saying it's going to get up here again, but that's what happened 3 days ago. But to me, it's got to get through that VWAP. You mean SUUN, right? Not SUNE? I think there is a SUNE. I think you mean this one? Or no, maybe I'm wrong, Mark. Oh, you do mean, okay. Excuse me. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. Well, that was a nice move. Okay, I have to take a look at that REYN again. REYN. Okay, I want to try to compare these two. The GPK, okay, relative volume is high here, 53 million in the float. Relative volume is not as high. Bigger float too. That's interesting. This is a big move. 30-cent move off. I mean, that's a great move. And the other thing is, market was not helping. Market was not helping it at all. Reynolds Wrap. Okay, I thought I recognized the name Reynolds Wrap. So, consumer products company. Ugh. This is an earnings play. So I don't know if GPK was an earnings play actually. The answer is no. So that was not an earnings play. February 3rd pre-market. So I had earnings yesterday before the market opened. So not a good reaction at all. A little recovery. REYN though. Good reaction to earnings today. I just want to see if it can recover and go through the VWAP again. Well, I can't keep staring at it. So what I'll do is I'll put a price alert around 2469-ish and see if it gets over the VWAP. So this is an earnings play. So you're saying VLTO is looking to acquire somebody. So this is an earnings play after hours yesterday. So there's a reaction. Not good, obviously. Where are they looking? Who are they looking to buy? I'm just looking at my news here. Who are they looking to buy? Boy, look at all the okay. 203 yesterday. All this. Who are they looking to buy, William? I don't see it here. I'm not unless it was announced today. Oh, I see. Okay. Expanding the water analytics portfolio with in situ acquisition. Okay. So they did just close it. Okay. Guys, power and water, water and power, power and water. Yep. Both required. Yeah, you're right. Okay, guys, I'm looking potentially at a shorter Capri here. Let's see. The high over here is 23.23. It's coming into the 200-day moving average, which is the VWAP's at 20, and the 200-day moving average is where are you? 2071. So it's a little bit above the 200-day moving average. Let's see if we can get further away from it and then short it. Profit target cut to 24 from 27 by Goldman Sachs. I think I missed it. I wanted to get it just underneath 21. Right now, the bid ask is 2090, 2097. Yeah, I actually see this is LegalZoom, right? They had earnings, I believe it was. Oh, they have earnings coming up. I had a bad day yesterday, but like a lot of stocks, little holding of the VWAP, I guess. Oh, thank you. I did not take a shot again at GME, unless they come out and say they're looking at something other than that, whatever it was that they're looking at. ADT. I mean, that's Michael Burry. Okay, so I don't know what the company is. That's not the company saying that, but to me, if this is their big buyout, that doesn't, to me anyway, doesn't look like such a big deal, earth shattering, historical. Miss the Capri. At least it's not the snowblower, Poe. Well, seemingly that doesn't necessarily matter. Based on some of the snow in some of the southern states. Ah, well, the Capri did it a bit. I mean, a bit. You know, 8 is still hanging in here, guys. EGHT is still kind of hanging in. Not quite at the high of the day, but close. Main IPO, I just noticed it. Yeah, main IPO, and it showed up in the Halts Resumes. Priced at 17. So this is right now as we speak. This is a very exciting IPO. Seriously, what do they do? Veradermics. Is that like derma as in skin? Let me see what they do and who's behind it. This is so far. This is a great IPO when it's priced at 17, and it's 38 right now. I'm going to check the IPO calendar and see what they do and who's behind it. I bet you, Obi, you're telling me I don't care. I'm going to do it myself. All right, here's my IPO calendar. So there it is, Veradermics, and oh, hypertension. Okay, so not, but who's behind it? Actually, I mean Jefferies, Leerink, and Citigroup and Cantor. So not J.P. Morgan or Goldman. So anyway, big guys, pretty big guys. So far, then, very good one. Wow, look at this. What a move. Well, I wonder when shorts are going to become available at IB. Sometimes they're available the next day or in the next 2 days when it's a big IPO like this. No, I'm not muted. How do I get the icons to display in a chart window, Brian? Okay. Icons. Which icons are you talking about? Are you talking about the like the little buy icon? That's probably what you're talking about, right? The little buy flag, I call that, but a little buy icon. Is that what you mean, Brian? Really? Now, who is it? Who is support? Is this? It's that's not you, Sebastian. Hmm. Yeah, my mic is on, and the mic icon is on, so that's not an issue. So we had a problem yesterday when I lost media, even though these were still looking like they were on. So I will do a test. How's that? I just um, I just stop the mic and open it again. No, YouTube, I'm sure can hear me, but hmm, something's going on then. Oh, you can, okay. Okay, well, why did somebody come into support and say that they couldn't hear me? And that looked like support, like, Sebas maybe not Sebastian, I know he's got somebody else. Alright, so Brian, where are you, Brian? You asked a question about the icons. Are you talking about like, the buy flags and things like that? Well, I'll wait for Brian to answer. Did you guys have to do a refresh by any chance? Pepe and Dwayne, etcetera? You guys have to do a refresh? No refresh, okay. I've talked to Brian earlier today, so I know well, talked. He asked me a question, and he seemed to, be able to hear me, but I'll ask him if he can hear me now. What a nice short. Uh, Little capri short that I wanted to take, and I just missed it. I wanted to get it just underneath the whole number, and I thought it ran, but you know what? I still could have taken it. Of course, I did, had I known it was going to do this, of course, but did not know that. Oh, I see. I misunderstood. Okay. Something, never mind. I'm talking to myself. Obi, I have to click on all these things. It's okay. You do inject a little levity in my life. I don't think so. I don't think Brian can hear. So this is another IPO, guys. Obviously, just opened. OBAI, and maybe not just open, but it's an IPO today, I guess. Or was it trading in the pre-market? Looks like it opened at 11:10. Okay, guys, kind of waiting on this REYN just to see if it can get through the VWAP and have a move. I mean, it really shouldn't need the market on its side. It's an earnings play, so it should be kind of trading on its own. Yeah, it looks like ELPW is just trying to make up its mind. You know, where buy flag, sell flag, buy flag, trying to make up its mind. What I would do is probably put a price alert at 167 and put a price alert down here and say 150 just to see what direction it eventually takes. I don't think it's going to stay here. Weren't you in this one earlier, William, BSX? Was this one you were talking about earlier? So look at this. I mean, meandering and then again, right at the VWAP, BSX, right at the VWAP, maybe plunging down again. Okay, REYN. I do not want to miss you if you take it out. Well, guys, I've got maybe another 10 minutes left, and then I'm going to take off unless there are questions. So if you do have any questions, make sure you get them in before I do take off. Yeah, Capri Wow is right. He's not in the room anymore. Okay, thank you, William. I mean, it's not a huge move, but it's 40-cent move and maybe lower. Okay, now here's another one, guys. Maybe a little too parabolic. Okay, FMC, um, earnings play, another earnings play. Yeah, it's trying to come back. I mean, on the weekly chart, it is trying to come back. It's got a ton of room, but okay, guys, I'm definitely watching FMC. I want to see what it does at 17. What did it? I think it got right. What did it get to? Did it get it? I think it hit 17. No, 1692 was the high. Guys, I'll be right back, okay? A couple of minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. I like the way this FMC is holding under 17. If OTEC gets a close over 24, okay, OTEC, take a look at OTEC. Is it OTEC or is it some other stock? OTEX, OTEX. All right, so OEAI just resumed. Ugh, it's ugly. Only 37,000 shares. Okay. That's why it looks like this. So there's the bounce for Capri. Okay. So it was about a 50-cent move from 21. Now the bounce. All right, guys, it's 1:58. If there are no more questions, I might take off now. Again, I hang around for questions, but what I'm going to do is I'll put the my homepage link into YouTube in case anybody from YouTube wants to head over to the main room. That room will be open until 3:55. I'll show you how to get in there if you want. So only for those of you in YouTube, if you click on my homepage link, scroll down, trading room, okay? Free room. It's going to be open till 3:55. And as always, I'll leave my layout up and running. So when I say I have left for the day, I'm still here, but most of the time I do take off completely, but I'm still sitting here for a while. So if you do have a question, I will pop back in. Okay, so I am shutting down YouTube now.